ladies and gentlemen, I didn't miss. I didn't miss the wall. Let me get rid of this. Let me get rid of this. Um, I was right for once. For once in my life, I was actually right about something. Can you imagine? It's the first time I'm going to throw a party. Um, Excellent, Loke. I'm glad you disagree. All right, so let's put this towards Mega Man, Battle Network, Metroid Prime 4, and I'm assuming Donkey Kong, Bonanza, and then Dark Prince Revan. Please give me numbers. Please give me numbers. Please, 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 please. It is so much easier if I have number and subtitle so that I could put them in the notes, because the way I have to keep track of all this stuff on the back end is really irritating. So that is 3 up your arsenal, RNC 4, deadlocked, and RNC 5 tools, which is how we're tracking it on the frickin' spreadsheet. Anyways, I've been debating sitting down and figuring out like average scores of, or maybe not average, but like just clumping in review scores by console, right? And I know what you're thinking. Oh, you just want to glaze the SNES. No, I'm just curious because I was actually thinking about it. I don't think, excuse me, I don't think we've covered a lot of PS2 games that have scored really well. They've certainly scored good. One of the things I remember mentioning about Ratchet and Clank 1 was how surprised I was how good it was. And you saw how many issues I had with that, but most of those issues were late game. And I was just kind of curious how most of the games would actually line up, again, by console. The problem is, there's no PS2 block, and there's probably never going to be. After all, we've actually reviewed a lot of PS2 games and PS1 games. In fact, more so than most other consoles, because it's the kind of stuff that gets attention, and that makes sense. And the only way to really pull parity of that is to finally go through the NES block and the SNES block, both of which will drag those console scores way down. So, I don't know, it's just something in the back of my head. Maybe someday when we've got a few more games under our belt. And of course, I'm not even going to look at PC. But anyways, so what am I addressing? Sorry. Look, you said NPCs. Oh, NPC set dressing. It's the exact same. Negative we gave Ratchet and Clank 1, and the plot is the exact same negative we gave Ratchet and Clank 1 so far, because both are absent to the point of irritating, like pushing me out of the story negative. In fact, frankly, I think I'm being really generous about the story. Audio-visual impact act is what that means. No, it's weird. There's no writer. It's almost like the story freaking sucks. Now, it's funny. In fact, this game has made me laugh more than once. But each funny scene is happening completely in a vacuum. I mean, this has literally already happened twice at the point we're at the game, where they're like, hey, you should go to this other point. Unrelated to that, here's some random ad we put together. And when I say ad, I mean like an in-universe thing. So the awful block is funded, Blue Dragon EXE. Anything that's funded, I'm not adding stuff to unless there's like really extreme circumstances. Having said that, you haven't suggested what it is you're thinking about adding. So I can't answer your question full until you do. And yeah, there's a whole lot of lack of connective tissue, which makes sense. Oh my god, Mega Man DOS. Which one? One or three? Aren't you mean one or two? No, there is no two. I guess we're only leveling... Oh, no, we are leveling the turrets. We're like an inch away from being done there. Well, in fairness, Mega Man DOS will only take, like, an hour to go through, and that's discussing it. I will think about it with Dragon EXE. Because that is turbo short. Okay, so... Mega Turret, alright. Oh, for God's sakes. What's my favorite gun so far? You're actually looking at it. The turret gun is my favorite gun so far, by far. Hello, Dragon Player. So yeah, for those of you who are not familiar... Oh, Jesus. They're missile launchers now. For those of you... This is definitely my favorite gun. For those of you not aware of it, Mega Man DOS is... Oh, it's a hoot. It was made by one guy in his spare time. And he reached out to Capcom and said, hey, do you want to release this? And they were like, yeah, alright. Was it good? Okay, I know Takoida's gonna hate this, but the only way to properly showcase Mega Man DOS is to literally show it to you. Give me 1 second. This won't actually take me long. I'm just gonna show you this nonsense. Let's just mute this really quick. Let's see, where's the final stage? I think that's it. There we go. Now this will work. This will work. I'll show off this part of the stage right here, right here. Okay, so I'm just gonna crudely grab this really quick, just so you could see it. So this is Mega Man DOS. In this level, we're fighting bats. As you can see, a classic Mega Man enemy, of course. If you give it a second, I'm surprised the scrolling is working as well as it is on this particular section. By the way, this is the upgraded graphics. Oh, here we go. So now we're going through the best part of the stage, which is the showers, where we have to go... I don't know how the stream is even capturing this. We have to go fight the mice in the showers. Classic Mega Man enemy, mice. Yeah, I muted it. Although it's okay, because the game has no music. There's our Yoko blocks. It is impressive for one guy doing it in his spare time. It is still a terrible game. Like, it's one of those weird situations, right? I actually have no ire in my... Oh, here's our boss, by the way. There's our Mega Man boss. He says, I think the only boss in this game who has a different attack pattern. All the other bosses have the exact same attack pattern and AI. Anyways, I have no real ire towards the person who programmed this, because, you know, they were doing what they could with what they could, and that is reasonability. But from the perspective of the game itself, yes, of course, we get the calculator power-up. Yep, there's Volt Man. Can't wait to go fight Volt Man. Hang on. Wait for it. Okay, and we've just glitched through the entire level. Alright, so, and here's the boss. So here, ready for this? This is Volt Man. he's dead. There's that calculator again. Got to get that calculator power up. It's very important. Also, hang on. I feel like you need to see that stage select screen one more second. Just hang on. Look at that beauty. Look at that gorgeous thing. You're looking at it, Master. This is it right here. This is Also, they consistently misspell Dr. Wily, so his name is Dr. Willet. Anyways, moving on. I will consider it. That is an extremely short game. Like, for real. There's a reason the speed run time is like 15 minutes. And my time will not be that far behind the speed run time. Because it's just such a nothing. I'll consider it. Anyway, so space station. What's space station? What are you talking about? I think you're on crack. What why are you doing crack? Why would you do this? Why would you do crack? Oh. Yeah, he vacationed in France and it became a whole thing. You know how it is. You go to France and it's like, okay. So you know the type, right? Oh man, I was just vacationing in Europe. I've discovered this thing called the bidet. Okay, so what you said, Loke, word for word, is, and I quote, "So I don't disagree, NPC is not good, just don't feel it's negative worthy, more lack of positive, but I understand your perspective on the plot on NPC. I will hard disagree on the space section. I do like those sections." Okay, so on that, you can suck a lemon, because those are the worst part of the game so far. And I will you see what I mean, Von Falkenstein? I need to prove myself wrong. That's why I go through that point by point to see where I screwed up. Have some lava in the face. But yes, the space sections are terrible. I just, you gotta explain to me how you like those.
Hold on. This one says, use rock to break glass to get wrench to break glass to get rock. Ooh, I love logic puzzles.
That's not.
Let's see. If you break the glass with the...
Solved it. Your wrench now does more damage.
Woo! Okay, now I'm just seeing space stations. Every time someone types sections, I'm seeing stations. I'm cursed now, Loke. You coist me. You coist me. Random wrench in a cave. But you see what I mean when I say that the individual moments are legitimately amusing? Yeah, the space sections. The dyslexia is getting worse, everyone. I actually do have a minor form of dyslexia. The problem is, and I know you're going to laugh about this, I read too fast. And while I usually have extremely high reading comprehension, even in tests and the like, it is very easy for me to glance at a word that's similar to another word and be like, oh yeah, that's obviously a such and such. And just interpret, right? It's like reading a sentence that's wrong and your brain just kind of automatically corrects it. It's just something like that. So the bouncer. We need to get the bouncer at some point. That's 100,000. So should we get the should we save for the synthoid or the bouncer next? Or I guess we can also get the pulse rifle, which I almost guarantee I'm going to hate. Yeah, there's actually something I remember reading. This is long after I myself started, teaching myself to speed read. But it made so much sense because I had to learn this myself without realizing I was learning it. Terrible sentence construction. Let me try that again. I learned how to do this unintentionally, and then later I learned it's one of the deliberate ways you're supposed to learn how to speed read. There we go. That's a much better sentence. We as human beings have this bad habit of saying words out loud in our head as we're reading them. And fixing that is to say not doing that, is one of the biggest tips for reading quickly. Everyone in chat probably knows exactly what I mean by that, right? You read it out loud in your head. There's like a voice that goes through it. I hate the bouncer IMO, one of the worst weapons IMO, right? And there's like, it kind of takes that and pushes it out into that kind of more processed language. Yeah, exactly, Pillars of Snow. Or how reading works like this is possible. Exactly. I didn't even have to think about that. It actually took me a second to realize that you had done that, because I am too stupid to realize that you were making a point there. I really like this gun, by the way. I'm not saying it's better than the turret. Nothing's better than the turret. Anyways, sorry. So, Loke, I would love to know what you like about the space sections. Sorry. Because listen, I know it's fun to be contrarian. I do get it. We are human beings. We all, well, you all, no, I'm a robot, but we all enjoy being contrarian. It's fine, but you gotta explain that, right? So, I'm also giving this a negative. I double-checked my notes with Ratchet and Clank 1. That's why the document's low. Oh, I didn't update the bot. Hang on. Let me make sure the bot's up to date. There we go. I guess... There we go. Yeah, if you say you love Episode 1, that's fine. I am happy for you. But if you tell me I can't give a negative to Anakin's speech about angels, you need to defend that. It is nothing personal. But you do need to defend that. Yeah, exactly, 1,000%. So yeah, having to do this is still a negative. Consequently, there are a few things that are also positives. That kind of got baked in from Ratchet and Clank 1, like the map. I'll double check myself on the map. So I guess this is the no really you rescued Clank section. But yeah, the smart ammo is exactly what I was just thinking of, which is still a good feature. Let's see, what else got baked in? Let me pull up my own notes here. I'm thinking about the shops. I'm thinking about upgrades. One of the biggest issues I had with the first game was the grind. So far, that seems fixed. I'm going to be paying attention to that. Woo! I already could tell you this game is going to get more kit positives than the last game got, because these guns are awesome. Like, seriously, I have already seen better gun design now than in the first game. That's a bit of a flashing lights warning, I just noticed. Yeah, Ratchet and Clank 1 had good guns. This game has awesome guns. I was actually thinking about this in my head, because, like, for example, when we were covering Call of Duty Modern Warfare 1R, remember that? I think I gave that one 3 positives to kit, and that may be questionable when you think about it, because there's not a lot of variety in, like, crazy nonsense stuff you can do with those guns, but they were extremely well designed, and there was actually a huge variety in how the specifics of the guns operated. And that's just guns. That's just things that shoot bullets, you know? So something like this, where I can shoot a turret, or have a little robot helper, or I've got a lava gun, you get the idea. So what I'm trying to say is 3 is kind of the floor right now for kit positives, and I'm pretty sure it'll go above that. Clank probably gets motion sickness all the time. Poor dude. And yes, I am already thinking of viscerality, audio, visual, impact. So far, it seems to have pretty good in all 3, which is good.
Hand over the experiment now.
You're
Can't do that. You have 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3.
Whoa! he's a she.
Oh my gosh.
This changes nothing. Where's the experiment?
We have returned it to Mr. Fizz Widget.
Oh, you've just put the whole
I like
galaxy.
how she suddenly has boobs. Very suddenly.
Stand around
Look at that.
explaining it to you. If you have any intention of fixing the mess you've made, watch this.
And it's a random commercial. Of course it is.
Oh no! Good thing that wasn't little Susie. Here at the Megacorp testing facility, we make sure the products you buy are safe for you and your family. These are just a few of the products we've rejected to help keep you safe. The Tiny Tot Slingshot, the Nuclear Mousetrap, self-wedgifying underwear, and the Lawn Ninjas. So the next time your toaster doesn't explode in your face, say a little thank you to the Megacorp testing facility.
Oh, these are great.
Wow, she's got a few pulls.
But they have nothing to do with anything.
Have to do with galactic danger.
I am unsure. However, I believe we should investigate that location.
Well, we're gonna need a new ship.
So this is basically, for those of you who didn't watch my review of Ratchet and Clank 1, it was 97 days ago. Come on, guys. Anyways. Aw, that sucks, Loke. I'll see you. I'll think about the ship upgrade thing, though, because I'll keep that in the back of my mind. I call this story sequencing. The first game I ever covered that had problems with story sequencing was actually Final Fantasy IV, of all things, which is a game with a great story, but if you ever think about the sequence of events in that story, there's a whole lot of, and then this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens. Sequencing is the connective tissue in between plot points, in between major events. It's very important to have something there with regards to a cohesive narrative structure. And so that's these games, at least 1 and 2 so far, is just, and then this happens, and then you're going to this planet. We've got to go find the bikers, and then we've got to go shut down the satellite, and then we've got to go and to a testing facility, and there's no thread there. It's just, here's the next set piece that the designers, the programmers, the level designers, and the artists already put together. Now, I'm not coming down too hard on this. It's not the end of the world, but it is bad. And that's why that's a negative. Alright, so let's grab some ammo, because I like me some ammo. Also, this game is literally Hitler. Why did they not hire a writer? I don't know is the easy answer to that question. However, I could hazard a guess. Writers have been seen as non-necessary for a large number of projects for a large amount of time. Like, this goes back a long, long ways. And plenty of projects, even now, whether they're movies, shows, or games. Okay, fine, I'll go back to the NPC. I didn't miss the NPC. I kind of deliberately avoided him, because I figured I'd go exploring first. Because, yeah, there's like this whole area we could go here. But anyways, they just think a writer isn't that important. Doesn't matter that much, right? I mean, does anyone really care if the latest Transformers film has a really good writer? The answer is yes. However, there's a really big problem where a whole lot of... I can't remember the economic theory. It's push rather than pull. We tend to get pushed bad stuff and accept it because it's what's there. We're not being pulled to make bad stuff. Does that make any sense? It's not that we want bad writing in Transformers films. We actually do want good writing in Transformers films. But you didn't offer it, and I still want to go see giant robots beating the crap out of each other. So I accept giant robots beating the crap out of her with a terrible story. But if they put great story in it, I would enjoy it more, and frankly, spend more money on it. Make sense? And I'm not just speaking from my own personal experience. There's a lot of marketing data that shows that this is true across a large amount of fiction. Shows, movies, games, books, right? It's on the list, right? Pillars know. It is. Yeah, exactly. They force it on us. This is... Hang on, let me talk to this guy, then I'll go off on this topic. Because this is such an old concept.
Oh. Oh. Hello, sir.
Hey, that's my ship.
Possession is an illusion. Do not all things belong to the cow?
I will kill you.
No. That's definitely mine.
This vessel suffers from wounded char. Only the power of the crystals can hope to heal it. Crystals, sir? Crystals? Like those found in the desert? Beyond. Oh. Oh.
Voice sounds extremely familiar.
We don't have any better ideas. Let's go grab a few crystals.
Also, I agree with you completely, Act. The animation in the cutscenes is strangely good. I was about to start talking.
Put it in the slot. The weapon you want modified, put it in the slot.
Oh, I get it. You make weapon modifications.
Yep, I can take your puny little weapon, and with a few...
I love how it's just eyeballs.
I can turn it into a powerful piece of it.
Rax, I've seen PS2 games.
Look, you want me to hook you up or what?
I'm just gonna say it. Okay, hang on. Acid mod for the chopper. Acid mod. Are these all acid? Nope, lock-on mod. Shock mod for the turret. Shock mod for the turret? Lock-on for the Lancer. Yeah, I'm not going to do anything right now. Shock mod for the turret? Alright. I only have 2 platinums. I'm gonna go ahead and back off of that right now. Back in the 60s, I'm just going to go off on a topic here, so I apologize for ranting about things that nobody cares about. But you opened the box, and so now you got to get the horns, okay? I know that's a terrible analogy, and I don't care. Back in the 60s, virtually every television show in the United States was westerns. And it was all very formulaic westerns. The reason why is because most of the people who were doing television, who were producers and executives and the people who made the decisions, they grew up in the era when westerns were still good and popular and well received, when people were still putting some honest to goodness effort into them. So naturally, it was their turn now, and they're like, well, this is what the people want. And when people say, well, hang on, I want to try and get this other show going, their response would be, well, that might be too highbrow. That might be, I don't know, can we sell that to the audience? Can we? And they would presume, this is that push and pull thing, they would presume that everyone wanted westerns. After all, that's what they've been doing, and what had been happening for years. Why would anyone want anything else? Now, this had a huge knock-on effect on basically all of movies and shows for, honestly, we're probably still feeling the effects of this to the very day, but at the very least for decades, this was a huge issue in the United States. Now, Westerns were already well on their way out by the time the 60s rolled around. And I mean well on the way out. How, Lord Haremont? $100? There's 100 crystals? Anyways. I don't seem to have a dash button. Why would you lie to me, Lord Haremont? Why would you do this? Anyways. So obviously people got sick of westerns, but they kept watching them because what else was there on TV? Oh, okay. That's a thing that's happening now. No! I mean, when your options are westerns or nothing, what are you gonna watch? I mean, that TV was not cheap. So then along comes Star Trek. Now, I'm not trying to say that Star Trek broke this, But Star Trek broke this. What actually ended up happening, and if you've watched the original series, if you actually have sat down and watched the show, you know what I'm about to tell you. Star Trek was billed as a Western. And if you've seen a lot of Season 1, yeah, it's a Western. But they kept sneaking stuff in and diverging further and further from the typical Western format as they got more and more people in. In the interest of fairness, I should give credit to one other show as well, Mission Impossible, which was actually being developed at the exact same time in the exact same studio as Star Trek was being done. Anyways, so Mission Impossible and Star Trek both shared a lot of writers, a lot of directors, a lot of actors, and the two of them. Okay. And the two of them really started pushing the idea that the audiences liked something other than Westerns, because both of them were doing crazy well, I think is the best way I could put that. If this is the dash, then yeah. Although that doesn't feel faster, to be quite honest with you. I actually noticed that earlier, and I actually stopped doing it because it felt slower. If you say it's faster, I'll believe you. I mean, it might be, yeah. But this is irritating me because this is still an issue to this very freaking day. That's true of Unfalkenstein. Wasn't it Mission Impossible 1996? Oh, Czar. Hang on. Before I'm wrong again, someone fact check me. It is Mission Impossible, right? Oh god, I'm gonna have to fact check myself on this. I'll look it up. Mission Impossible. Let's see. 1966. Alright, we're good. Moving on. Get all 100. Got it. What I was trying to lean into a little bit was that this really, really pisses me off how this is still a freaking thing for absolutely no reason. History has proven this people only like such and such mentality wrong for literal decades. Since before I was even born, these people have been proven wrong about this thing. And yet, idiots in suits still insist that, oh, well, you don't need writers. And I bring up the writers thing in particular because for a long time there, especially in film, it was considered completely secondary to get a writer. And then, you know, there was this big rush of, oh man, we've started bringing writers in, and all of a sudden our films are selling really, really well because they're awesome. Holy crap. And then they decided to change that and flip it around for some reason. And yeah, I agree. It's because it's pushed. It's because it's an agenda. It's because they're trying to make things as cheaply as possible to squeeze pennies. Because I don't know why. I don't know why they feel the need to be even cheaper in stupid ways. Why do corporations replace the toilet paper? It's because they're stupid. Maybe it's pathological? Are they dumb? Were their brains replaced as a child? Were they bitten by a fly and turned into a mutant waste monster? I don't know. Yeah, no, exactly, Pleasant. I legitimately believe, this is not a joke, I legitimately believe that some people in suits, empty suits is what I usually call that type of person, are not mentally well. That there is something legitimately wrong with them. And that's why they do some of the things they do. I mentioned that toilet paper thing earlier. That's not being facetious. Now, this is back in the 90s, specifically. Late 90s, early aughts. But one of the most common things you'd see executives pulling back on is toilet paper in the offices. Now, I want you to really sit and think about how much money they saved by getting slightly cheaper toilet paper. and tell me that that was worth doing. That the amount of money they saved by spending a few dollars less per thing of toilet paper was worth it. I once worked at a company called Montgomery Watson back in California, which had this exact same thing happen to it. And they started pulling back on just the dumbest possible things. Yeah, airline food is actually another one. You remember when you used to be able to get a meal in an airplane? I do. I've been flying since the 80s. Yes, I've been flying since I was single digit. Look, it's not my fault that burning piss really gets me going. Anyways. But yeah, one of the stories, I remember this because it was in a Dilbert, of all things. One of the stories that I've heard repeated in the corporate world several times is that you can always tell if a corporation's going under if they've started pulling back on the toilet paper. Because it is a surefire sign that the management, that there's something wrong with the management, put very, very simply. Like, if that's your big idea, to save on money, what is wrong with you? And if I could diverge one more time, then I'll shut up about this topic. It's one of the reasons it irritates me that some people accuse me of being anti-efficiency when it comes to economic expenditure, because I'm against cutting back on the toilet paper. There are plenty of things we could spend less money on in real life. Yachts! Oh, excuse me. And yet, when someone goes to say, metaphorically says we need to get rid of the toilet paper, I just look at you like, why? What possible money are you saving there? Well, we are spending less money. Are you really? Yeah, creature comforts and worker morale are proven things that are more, like, even if you don't care about things like morality or decency or human rights or any of that boring stuff that nobody cares about, any of that, even if you don't care about that, it has been proven that you will have better output if you put together a team that gives a crap. And this goes back to Transformers. I actually find myself wondering if the sabotage, because that's what it is, of Transformers 1 was deliberate. I've noticed there has been a massive, what do you call it, a word-of-mouth campaign about Transformers 1 to try and take the place of the total lack of marketing that film got. Like, if someone deliberately decided to bury that, because that's normal, right? Maybe they had something against Transformers. Maybe they wanted a flop to cook the books. Maybe they just really hated the executive who was pushing that particular project. I don't know. No, sorry, Transformers 1, not to be confused with the first Transformers movie. Also known as, I believe, like the third Transformers movie. I have not gotten to see it yet, no. Time. I do have every intention of watching it at some point. Yeah, I'm not talking about Bayformers 1, which isn't the worst film I've seen, is how I'm going to refer to that. Okay, you want to hear something really antithetical? You want to hear the most horrific thing I can say? Here it is. I'm gonna lose every Transformers fan right now. I think Bayformers 1 is a more enjoyable film than the '86 Transformers film. Now, I didn't think that until I was asked to cover the '86 Transformers film. And I did a rumination on it. And let me tell you, that was eye-opening. Exactly. Exactly, Pillars of Snow. The first act of that film is actually really good. It's tightly paced. It's awesome. I can't aim up. I can't aim up. I'm dead. It is well paced. It is interesting. Several significant status quo changing events happen. There's a big character moment, which I'm not going to spoil, but you know what it is. Like, it's like, yes! And then Act 1 ends, and... oh. And then the film keeps going. And going. And going. And it's not even that long of a film, but my god, it drags. It's very Mystic Quest. No, seriously, because the intro and the outro are actually both pretty good. But that middle chunk is drag. Honestly, if you've never seen it and you want to watch that film, I highly recommend. Stop watching after the intro ends. Don't worry. It'll be extremely obvious when the intro is over. And then just skip forward like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever it is. Anyways, I'm not going to go for all 100 right now. I'm just kind of going for it. I apologize about the rant. It's something that irritates me because I see it everywhere. I talk about movies, films, games. I just said movies and films. Movies, shows, games. This affects music. This affects real estate. This affects food. Oh, nobody wants such and such. Really? This affects traffic. Any actual traffic expert, any traffic engineer worth a damn will tell you, you design where people go. You do that. You, the traffic engineer, decide where people are going to be driving. It's not the other way around. By the way, thank you. I think it was Act for the tip of just getting right in those guys' faces with the lava gun. That's been working out good. Yeah, you drive where there's roads. There are... traffic at this point is pretty much a science. If I sat down and looked at a layout for a thing and actually sat down with some math and spent an hour or two on it, I can tell you with high certainty where everyone's going to drive on that road at any given point in time. And by that road, I mean that city, that section of drivable terrain. Fair, Blade Taval. But what I mean when I say we've got it down to a science is we've already done the hard part, right? The math involved is now a solved equation. Because, yeah, we have the technology, we have the resources, we have the understanding, we have the infrastructure, we have the logistics. It's another reason why, speaking of which, electricity is another one. Pisses me off so much is because electricity is kind of a solved issue at this point in human history. We've got that. The only thing really getting in the way is idiots. Hell yeah, Puppeneeks. And bots. Oh god, freaking LLMs. I don't even want to get into LLMs. Half a liter. You know what? You might find this funny. You might also find it terrible. I'm just going to leave this up because it's not like I'm doing anything special right now. Whoop, no, not that, not that. Sorry, hang on. Give me 1 second. Pax linked me something, and it has stuck with me ever since he did. Give me a sec. And I'm just going to leave this up on screen for a minute while I run around killing crystals. Let me make it nice and big so you can see that. There you go. You just enjoy that for a second. It gets worse the longer you look at it, by the way. I don't even know which is my favorite. There's so many things to just pick apart about that nonsense. Like, there's basically everything wrong with it. I'm not even sure anything is right about it. Yeah, California. I mean, I guess technically California is right. It's just, California is also wrong. As you can see, the Russians have finally taken North Carolina. Whoops. No, the several of the state boundaries are also wrong. Yeah, this right here, this is what several companies insist is the future. This is a real story. Someone I know who works at a office space, I'm just going to be really vague about this, was sitting down and they're being forced to use LLMs, right? So, I'm trying to think how I could vague this sentence out. So they had a fairly major issue. And the LLM caused some significant loss in time and resources. Now, to be very clear, for those who don't understand this, I know this sounds dumb, but you would be shocked at how many managers do not understand this basic facet of reality. Time is money at a corporation. Every hour that you spend on an employee fixing a problem you have introduced, you have to pay that employee's wage for doing that. Especially if it's multiple employees, which often it is. Okay, so time literally equals money. It's wages, right? Okay, just keep that in mind. So, in order to save money, they went ahead and brought in an LLM, which screwed everything over, which meant that this person and 2 other people had to go and fix all of the junk data, okay? Naturally, management then, as immediately after that, said, okay, now we're going to get back on the LLM so we can get back to saving money. To which the LLM did the exact, and I want to stress, the exact same thing that they just fixed. So at this point, there was some pushback. It's like, okay, this is silly. We're actually losing work hours at this point. We need to stop using this stupid LLM. Naturally, management reached out to the LLM providers, and the LLM providers said, hey, no problem. We'll go ahead and patch that out. Because they think that patching an AI bot is something that will fix an issue like this. So they put out the new release cycle, and I'm going to dare everyone in chat to magically use your powers of prescience to predict what happened next. I know, it's shocking to presuminate. It was, in fact, the exact same thing that happened before. And I do mean exact. LLMs have a place and purpose. None of this is it. Yeah, at this point, I need to change the diamond industry term to LLM because it's getting more appropriate at this point. Of course, Sub-Zero, you're right. We want LLMs to be better, right? That makes things better, right? A few economists have actually done studies on what happens if everything goes perfectly. LLMs completely take over a huge portion of jobs and work correctly, and the results thereof. And the answer is actually very, very simple. The entire economy either needs to fundamentally change at like a core level, and we need to literally no longer be a capitalist society, or the entire economy instantly collapses, and we see mass starvation and all kinds of other fun stuff. Those are the two options. For the record, I agree with that assertion. What, Dragon Player? I have not heard of that, no. I mean, you've heard of accelerationists, right? Like, I'm really trying not to get too much into the weeds on some of this political stuff, but you've heard of accelerationists, right? No, they did finally fire them, Traxio. Happy ending and all that. We've covered about half the map now. Look, I'm all for tolerance and understanding, but seriously? Go away. Why are there giant bugs, and why do they have crystals? That's a good point. I can check the bestiary. Hang on, hang on. Oh, desert dune monsters. These fiends like to hide themselves in the sand from the desert heat, disguising themselves as a mere pile of debris. When they hear their prey coming, however, they wait until it gets close and spring from hiding to attack with electric tendrils. For what it's worth, this is probably what I would do even if I wasn't streaming right now. But that is a good question. Is this efficient? Like, I don't have to keep going now. I've covered a pretty big chunk of the map. I did give a plus for the arena. I especially like how it had different objectives, which really helps. Hey, Shades of Slay. I hope you're doing as well as you can be right now. I will go ahead and jot that down for absolutely nothing, unless you want to put it towards up to 3 things. Thank you for the bits. How many of you are familiar with the Evil Overlords list? I'm sorry, the Panders? The San Diego Asos Chargers and the Mavin... What? It's a meme from the earlier days of the internet. It's not really a meme, though. Like, some of it is. But the Evil Overlords list is a list of what not to do if you're going to be an Evil Overlord. There's a bunch of funny, silly stuff on that. But there's one thing that has lived rent-free in my head ever since I read it. And that is... I wish I had a compass. And that is, whatever my board of advisors will also include an average 5-year-old child. Any flaws in my plan that child can point out will be immediately fixed and rectified. Reason to bring this up. Probably the thing that amuses me the most about a lot of this nonsense that we all make fun of because it's a way of coping with the fact that we have very little power over the nonsense that's in our lives, is that it's incredibly obvious to literally billions of people that all of this is terrible, right? To varying degrees, to varying levels of understanding. But again, a 5-year-old child could tell you, okay, what we're doing with LLMs is nonsense. We need to quit it immediately. Now you can take that in whatever direction you want to. We could say that money people are stupider than 5-year-old children, which is true. We could take it as indicators of the fact that most of these people, the money people, are actually evil overlords, which is kind of also true. Whoops. Oh, hey, level up. Woo-hoo. I'll have to try that next crystal, I see. Yeah, they're not good evil overlords. I guess that's a bit of a non sequitur. They're not smart evil overlords. I've actually thought about that before. Would it be worse if all of the evil rich people in the world were smart? Like, it's just a weird, odd thought to have in the back of the mind. It's like, Well, yeah, exactly. Like, smart people wouldn't be destroying the planet they live on. But... yeah, our particular rights and freedoms and ability to think for ourselves would probably be a lot more curtailed because they would be a lot smarter about how they can oppress us because we're human beings. We are patterned species. We are very formulaic in how we operate. And very controllable if you know what you're doing at all. So... yeah, these dunderheads actually think that LLMs are how they get rid of people like us. And it's like, no. Thank you again, Shades of Slay. Always appreciate. Again, I guess. Same question. If you want to put that towards anything for future streams, please let me know. Nope, too far left. Too far left. I guess that's true, Dream Whisperer. I suppose what I mean is what I would consider to be smart. Like, don't soil your own nest is a pretty old concept. And, I mean, I'm sorry, if I was an evil overlord, I would want the people under me to be happy. Do you know why? It's because I have a freaking brain. If the people under me are happy, not only are they not going to revolt, but they're going to do a better job at what I tell them to do. Yeah, happy people are compliant, happy people are productive. That's just history, never mind psychology and biology. Free healthcare? Done. That's cheap. From my perspective. It keeps all of you taking care of each other and taking care of yourselves. You're more likely to have kids, which means I've got a ready supply of workforce. I mean, come on. Yeah, there was actually a TED Talk back in, like, oh god, what was that, like 2002? I forget when it was. It was actually a long time ago, where a very rich person got up on stage and said, this is what we should do. And it boiled down to taking care of people. Whoops, I'm out of ammo. No problem. Mega turret time. I love this freaking gun. Yeah, Mr. Scorpio in Simpsons. When was that episode? 94? 93? That's fair, Moog. Scorpio was great, and he did care about his employees. That's the really strange part. He meant it. Frickin' Bond villain, who was a better boss than any boss I've had in my entire life. Now that's true, Lord Harriman. That is presumptive at this point, because there's so much deliberate misinformation about that. That I don't know. I think we're there personally, and I do have, like, some evidence for that, but I don't know if it's true. No, I don't have a boss right now, because I am the boss. Look, I agree with you, Sub-Zero, for the record. There is a gradient to the healthcare problem, which is another thing that irritates me, when people pretend it's binary, right? It's either we bankrupt everyone, or you just don't get healthcare, and it's like you realize this is not a switch. You can just hammocks. Look, that's a great idea. Go to the Hammocks Emporium. Anyways, I just need to put out AI. Oh no, I will never do that. I care about water too much to do that. But I'm not my boss, Czar. I am the boss. There's nobody above me. Doesn't work that way. I know people are like, I'm my own boss. No, I am the boss. God, I remember that episode, PM Trips. The Soviet Union will offer amnesty to your wayward Western. Soviet Union? I thought you guys broke up years ago. That's what we wanted you to think! Those thoughts. Sorry. To this day, to this very day, that is the best Simpsons gag I've ever seen, personally. That is my absolute favorite. Must crush capitalism. Anyways. Yeah, back during two lore weeks ago, I mentioned how I'm actually extremely pro-taxes. I said it, I actually had a big build-up to it because I was afraid of getting blasted for that opinion, because I live in the United States, which is notoriously anti-taxes, and has been since its inception. I was surprised by how reasonable the chat was in response to that statement, because it's probably one of the few hot takes that I actually have. But no, I actually am very pro taxes. Like the concept of taxes. There's a lot of other issues related to taxes. Yeah, I think you did, Lauren. I was thinking about switching the secret, but I'll just refill here. Yeah, exactly, Moog. Like I said, there's other issues here, which would need to be solved. And I admitted that freely and readily up front. But the problem is a lot of people are just anti-taxes and statement. Just that's the full totality of the thought put into it. Taxes suck and statement. And yeah, I feel like this shouldn't be a controversial thing to say. Can we stop building concentration camps? No, not the United States. Like, the world. Could we just stop doing that? Like, could we discontinue that forever? Where else would you put your undesirables? That's a good point. That's right. You know what? You've changed my mind, Lord Aramont. We should fire people the moment they finish their job and throw them into the gulag. I have deliberately not been following the Gaza situation. I know that's unkind. I know that's unfair. I do not have the mental health, the mental HP to deal with that. Like, I don't want to get too real, I am very close to suicidal right now. I do not feel like deliberately sabotaging my own efforts to continue breathing right now. I love this gun. Yeah, exactly, Wolverine. Like, we all have issues. That's something that not a lot of people understand, I think, is they think mental health issues and they think someone who is bipolar, or they think someone who has schizophrenic disorder or whatever. And we all have issues of varying types and varying ways. We deal with them in our own ways. Or fail to. Understanding, accepting, embracing, and working through that. That's the hard part. Okay, fine. One concentration camp. As a compromise. Speaking of which, someone actually asked me recently why I have gotten a lot more open about a lot of more things. And there's actually several reasons why. Probably the biggest by far, Bio actually asked this on Discord, probably the biggest by far, is it's gotten to the point where it's basically impossible to do something as simple as play a video game without having that crap crop up, right? It is so... I'm trying to think of like the perfect word for this. It is so suffused into everyday life that it's basically getting impossible to avoid it. Which is really frustrating, if I can just be honest about that. Yeah, it is exactly PM Triox. But part of it is that compromise thing. Because I have compromised, and I have understood, and I've backed off, and I've said, sure. For 30-ish years, and I'm sort of tired of constantly being the person to take the step back, metaphorically, if that makes any sense. Like, I know Sub-Zero said that statement jokingly earlier, but that exact mentality is something that I've been encountering for the majority of my life. Also, I like Braden's idea. Yeah, exactly, Blizzard's no, that's exactly it right there. And I'm just sick of it. I'm incredibly sick to death of it. And so my tolerance levels are at an all-time low. Oh hey, lava gun updated. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? Meteor gun. That's not as fun. Still cool, I guess. No, it isn't. This sucks! This actually sucks! Oh my god! The gun got worse! What the hell? Oh my god! It's so much worse! Oh, cat. I can't even shoot the guy! Oh, I can't even shoot the guy. Oh my god, they made the gun worse. What the hell? Why would you do that? A liquid nitrogen gun. See, that sounds fun. I'm missing one crystal. God, we really have gotten all 99. We're about to get all 100. How do you make a flamethrower worse? Insomniac found a way. Yeah, exactly. Pancakes, that's... yeah. Anyways. That's pretty much exactly where I'm at. I'm tired of being the reasonable one when the other side isn't willing to be reasonable. Now, reality check. I've also noticed that the important thing there is defining the other side at this point. Because there are still decent people in the world. On varying levels of agreement and disagreement. I'm missing one. I'm missing one. Well, I guess we'll start working on the Seeker at this point. I agree with you, Lord Herma. Now, heavily biased and purely from my own sample size, but in my experience, most people are decent. No, exactly. That's right. Yeah, Rax put it more eloquently than I could. Actually, can I share a joke that I probably shouldn't? Because it just got a real laugh out of me. Trump said that if I vote for Kamala, then there will be increased crime and the economy will get worse. And he was right. Could anyone, I did Wolverine, but I thought I went back and killed him. Could anyone fact check here? Are there 100? Okay. So we're just straight up missing one. That sucks, because that means I really did just miss one. Somewhere. And I have no guidance on where, because I've swept the map. Look at it. And the render radius is way too short for this. Yeah, let's start heading back-ish. Yeah, there's one. If I don't get it, it's not the end of the world. I'm not going to stress it. It's just... That is a good question, Kennex Cow. On the plus side, Polemic Day has mostly just become a Q&A stream. And a wonderful excuse. Oh, hey! A wonderful excuse to play Super Metroid. Yeah, I nearly missed that again. I'm going to credit Kennex Cow for the fact that I got that one. Because I almost walked right freaking by that. Yeah, plus to desert, right. Anyways, I'm thinking 1 negative for the desert. I'm not going to be overly harsh. Getting 10 crystals is not the end of the world. But this is mindless freaking grind. It's better than it was in the first game, but that doesn't make it great. Collectathons can be fun. I've played plenty of fun collectathons. Except for Spyro. Oh, little.
Yes, the crystals are spiking the money with a single voice.
And Banjo. I hate Banjo. Yeah, so who voiced this guy?
Was pretty impressive.
Bring me more crystals, and I'll pay you cold hard bolts.
Huh?
Oh.
I mean,
Earn vast amounts of bolts by exploring the desert and finding crystals.
no, Pills just no. I would say that sounds like James Earl Taylor. It does, because it's always him. Like, he's got a very distinct voice. Can I help you, Cat? Nope, you're just being weird. Okay. He does this thing where he just bunches up here and just sits there. And I don't mean like, because I've noticed he's got different body language. When he's relaxed, he's like splayed out, or he's like curled up and comfortable. But now he's just doing this thing, and I don't know what that means. Anyways, I'll take those bolts, thank you. What to spend them on? Yes. Yeah, he's loafing. That's exactly what it's called. My niece calls it that too. I don't know what that means though. We could get the bouncer. No, I get why you call it loafing. I don't get what it means, like what the cat significance of this is. Okay, fine. I'll just get it. So, this is a gun bigger than I am. I already like it. Hang on. Let's oh gosh. They lock on? Oh my god. I thought it was just a dumb cluster grenade, not a smart cluster grenade. Okay. Oh right, I was just thinking I don't want to get rid of the lava gun. And I remember that I already lost the lava gun. There are 0 crystals remaining in the desert. You know what I should do? Every year, at some point in time, I should add during one of the viewers' choice polls, I should pick one. Wait, what? What did I miss? Oh, I did miss something. You're right. I even saw it on the map earlier. I should pick one of the long-standing franchises. Where is that? Here. It's right here. That we're kind of in the middle of, and just say pick one, right? Yakuza, Ratchet and Clank, something else. I can't think of anything else. Help me out. What can we fill that out with? Like long-standing franchises that we're slow-moding our way through. Just to make sure that those get funded. Kingdom Hearts, you know what? Yeah, Kingdom Hearts. That's actually another good example. I'm cool with sitting on Final Fantasy for now. Those are deserved. Final Fantasy 11. Someone go murder Mr. Red for me. Just murder him. No subtlety. And then throw his corpse into a concentration camp. Sorry. And then we can charge people by the head. Doesn't matter if the head's alive or not. Pokemon. Yeah, that's a good one. And the best part with Pokemon is it doesn't have to be mainline Pokemon either. Okay. I was debating trails, but every time I've suggested splitting up the trails blocks, it has been adamantly denied. So... I would split up trails, but I have the ability to remember things across that kind of a period of time. All I'm saying is, my job is going to take a massive financial hit when I finally start streaming those games. You think the Resident Evil block was too long? You think Guild Wars 2 was too long? Virtually every Trails block individually is going to be longer than that. And Cold Steel is going to be longer than every block I just mentioned. Seriously, Cold Steel is going to be like 2 months. I've already mathed it out of just Cold Steel. And there's a non-zero chance I'm just going to cheat my balls off immediately. Yeah, it's going to be pushing WoW length. Hi, Eva. Yes, Cold Steel... Well, I'm not sure if any individual Cold Steel game will be longer than Persona 5. I'm not actually sure about that. Actually, I have Sub-Zero. It's one of the video ideas I've had in the background. The problem is I'm an idiot, and there's actually a lot of engines out there I don't really know a lot about. For example, right now I could tell you a decent amount about... the engine I can't even think of the name of, Unity and Unreal, because I have done recent research on all three of those. Godot, thank you. So I can tell you about a lot of the benefits and detriments of each of those. I can't think of the name of it, Rags. Look, I have no brain. Head empty. But past that, my knowledge dips off substantially. See you around, Magister. Have a good evening. So I actually work with Python. A lot of the bots and scripts and website stuff I do is sitting on Python. Oh, you know what? Good answers, Lord Harriman. I agree completely. Civilization and Age of Empires would both qualify. Because all of those are on there individually. Also, thank you for reminding me, Mario and Luigi would be another one. Anyway, sorry. Python is great for scripting, and so is Godot. Now, Godot handles a couple of things better than Python, but if you know Python, you're going to have an easier time getting into Godot, put very, very simply. If I can give you a quick and dirty really quick. Unity sucks, don't use it. Unreal is fine if you know what you're doing and want to do something more three-dimensional. And Godot is fantastic for doing anything two-dimensional. Of course, we all know the best thing to program in is an assembly. Now, okay, real talk for just a second. Assembly is the weirdest freaking language. Because it's a thing to code. But it's incredibly easy to parse. Right? To read through and comprehend. I bet you most of you right now in chat, no joke, with like just a few minutes of work and effort with it, could sit down and figure out, like just from looking at an assembly code, what you're looking at. Because it is very patterned. I'm not sure what word to use there. At first I thought this was just me and I'm just the freak. But no, apparently a lot of programmers agree about this. Is that you just look at assembly and it's like, oh yeah. Yeah, it's very linear, it's very structured. Write this color to this pixel in this location. Write this color to this pixel in this location. Change color of memory address X to this. Boom. Like I just described how you render a sprite that's moving. Like obviously there's more than that because I only talked about like 2 or 3 pixels, but you get the point, right? That's how you render something in assembly. Actually, yeah, Mook. It is very literal. Okay. Okay. Scared. I'm scared. I've played Mario 64. Oh, that's really cool, Braven. All jokes aside, if you don't care, I know that's such a strange way to phrase that, about whatever it is you're making, there's nothing necessarily wrong with using Unity. But don't use Unity. Just don't. Do yourself a favor. Do not use. Well, that goes back to visual programming versus code programming. That was actually pretty smooth. Like, we actually had that discussion on camera. Mr. Red can attest that, because he was here for that. Some people are much more visual coders. They like... visual programming is a thing. Like, going back to VBasic. Visual programming is a whole other thing, where you've got a box, and it's got attributes, and you connect it to another box. That's visual programming. Code is when you've got lines. And you're like, okay, this goes here, and this writes to this address, and this pulls from this address. What is this value? Okay, improved by this, ruined by this, etc. Nothing wrong with being one or the other. Both are very valid, and nobody whose name is Ivo Iliani should think less of themselves because they prefer visual coding over code coding. Not that I'm naming anybody whose name is Ivo Iliani who's in chat right now in particular. But yeah, visual programming, Godot does that as well, of course, but Unreal actually has a lot of visual programming. Now, real quick, benefit of visual programming is obvious. Easier to intuit. Hi, Sean. Easier to intuit, easier to understand, easier to work, easier to diagnose, right? Detriment. You understand what's happening less, and you have less control over it. I know this is going to sound like a weird way to put it. It's kind of the difference between Windows and Linux. Windows is just easier to use, but Linux gives you substantially more control over what you're doing, if you know what you're doing, right? That's the catch, because when you have more control, you can screw things up more, too. Alright. Are we done here? I think we're actually done here now that we got the glider. Trade crystals for bolts. No, I'm good. Does he say anything? Yes, automatic versus stick. That's a great way to put that. Exactly, Mook. Mac coding, we don't talk about Macs. Sorry, Lord Herma. I meant the music was starting to drill into my ears a little bit.
Hey, see if you can find anything worth watching.
Welcome back to Behind the Hero. In yet another setback for the embattled Captain Quark, the Galactic Court ordered him to pay 6 billion bolts in damages
Jesus.
to citizens suffering from personal hygienator syndrome. Only 2 days later, Quark was arrested trying to flee to Poketaru. The one-time hero, now full-time Zero, was placed in custody awaiting trial. But the next day it was discovered that he had escaped, flushing himself to freedom.
How?
We will return to Behind the Hero after these.
How did he fit?
What a nut. I almost miss that guy sometimes. Almost.
Quark is squishy. It's all fat. It's all fat. Oh no, he's a cat. That's even better. Since we're a Lombax, so he's a... Anyways, I need to write something down really quick. Sorry, 1 second. Age of Empires. Let's see, what else did we come up with? Age of Empires, Mario, and Luigi, Civilization. You know what? Assassin's Creed would probably qualify. Yakuza. Ratchet and Clank, the one we're playing right now. Ratchet and Clank. What else? You guys had several good suggestions. Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, I did just spend 100,000 bolts. Pokemon. Yeah, Pokemon, that's another one. We have gone through GTAs, and honestly, I don't really feel a strong urge to go back through them. The only one that I cared about, Post-Oblivion Line, we've already covered. That was 5. So I'm good with just letting the GTAs lie. We've got the lore run, if you really want to watch that. Jack is part of a block, and it's probably going to be its own thing. What are we leveling right now? Bouncer and Seeker. Well, it depends, Act. But I am thinking about having just Pokemon in general. After all, I would like to play Pokemon Ranger someday, because I've never gotten to. And that'll be my excuse to play Pokemon Ranger, finally. Oh, here we go. 25 grand. That's our goal. Why are there so many explosives everywhere? The Zelda CDI games. Yeah, that's definitely a long-standing franchise, which deserves my time and attention. Yeah, I've noticed the bolt intake has increased. It's almost like they actually listened to what I said in Ratchet and Clank 1. They reached into the future, saw one random loser streaming this, and we're like, you know what? That random loser is actually a really good game reviewer. We should listen to him. I am a damn good game reviewer. I may be some random loser, but at least I do my job. Oh, I know exactly what I'm going to play when I get to the new location. I'm going to start with a game called Third Birthday. you, pancakes. Wow, we can't hit from here. No. I really am gonna do that. Like, it's already become kind of a tradition. Hopefully this will be the last move for the immediate future, but the last 3 moves, I played a bad game when I moved. So, yeah, 3rd birthday is gonna be my homewarming, welcome home gift. I can't remember what that's even called. You know what I'm talking about. What do we name it? Oh, that's a good question. Hey, Dark Prince Revan. How things be? This is when you tell me everything's fine and there are no issues. And don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. The Homestead Act. No. Housewarming. House burning! That's it. No, that's it. We'll call it the house burning event. You know, instead of housewarming. Well, the last one, last one, excuse me, was Kingsfield 4. Oh, jeez, no checkpoints. Oh, jeez, okay. How's our, looks like we have enough for the armor. Good. Oops. Also, I'm glad he broke through it. Dark Prince Revan. Oh my god. Stuttering over your name there, sorry. Okay. Try the teleporter. Oh, that's an interesting way to convey that. Well, I'm out of seeker ammo. Time to pull out the best gun in the game. Sorry, second best gun in the game. Rip lava gun. I think the lava gun unupgraded is actually my favorite gun, but the mega turret is my favorite gun, you know, that I can still use. Although I'm starting to like the bouncer a little bit. Honestly, I think a negative is deserved for the gun thing. There are 2 guns that get demonstrably worse when you upgrade them, and that's not great, especially when, near as I can tell, there is no option to not upgrade them. It is a mandatory upgrade. The shotgun. I forget what it's called. The thing I immediately stopped using because it was going to be a clear flashing lights warning. Like, I'm sorry. Hang on. Check, just for those of you who are light sensitive, do not watch the stream for a second. Look at this. That's bad. So, yeah. It's a shame, because it sounds good, and it hits like a truck, but I ain't using that ever again. Yeah. Whoops, sorry. I guess I lied. I used it one more time. Wow, that's not how I expected that to go. Yeah, there's a reason I gave that warning before I did that. That was bad. Anyways, point being, upgrades make it worse, and upgrades are unavoidable. I mean, literally just straight up using the gun that you like leads to it getting worse. That doesn't feel great, right? That probably does deserve a negative. The good news is there's so many freaking good guns that I think it's still going to be a net positive on Kid. No. Oh, okay. This is my life now. Well, I'm just gonna go down here where it's safe. Very safe. Super safe. Oh my god, I am so stupid. So I just had the weirdest logic chain. So I'm looking around at the visuals, taking in the brickwork, and I'm like, oh man, this totally indicates... Wait, where am I? And I realized that I wasn't sure where I was. And then I realized I wasn't sure what I was doing here. And then I searched my memory, and I could not remember what I'm doing here. I remember the Quark commercial. That counts for something, right? Right. Well, we might start running into that one too, Lord Hermon. Especially if this gets worse. Oh, that's right. The woman gave us the advert about the toaster, which clearly means we're here to find out what's going on with the alien thing. I remember the toaster pretty well, actually. And yeah, I noticed the Lancer's already starting to fall behind. Apparently, someone just broke my bot. There we go. I will admit it is actually extraordinarily rare that early guns, early units, early anything, early kit retains relevance throughout the course of a game. Me too, Lord Herman. In fact, it's so rare we made a specific point of calling out how the basic pistol is always useful in Doom 4, because that is unusual. Another example of that, in a completely different genre, StarCraft 2. Marines, Zerglings, and Zealots never stop being relevant in StarCraft 2. Yeah, Halo 1. Another good example. The sniper rifle, by which I mean the pistol. It is pretty rare. Usually you outgrow the older guns. And I've had a lot of time to digest that, and I do think that's not good. I think it's the way I want to put that. Why are the bots called the Wily bots? Well, Zalok is the one who programmed that bot, and he likes Mega Man almost as much as I do. I was going to write something down. I was going to write something down, and it was a positive. I've already got the music positive too. I think I'm going to add a second music positive. I'm liking the soundtrack so far. I mentioned that. Do this one. Put a question mark there. Okay. Whoop. Apparently I can't do that while doing that. Okay, never mind. Remember, if we do end up doing that franchise thing, No! To vote for whichever franchise you want to see us continue. Such as the Ratchet and Clank franchise. Up Your Arsenal is next, right? And that is also PS2, right? I think Deadlocked is PS2, because I actually have the PS2 copy of Deadlocked. As in the physical copy of it.
Okay, this must be the core terminal. Let's see what we can get from it.
The power appears to be out in this entire area.
You're right. I better call a maintenance bot.
You have 2 buttons. How do you know which one does what?
Let's just follow him and fix it ourselves.
Also, what? Oh, that's a dick move, game. You saw that, right? There's a health up. Okay. Dive! Oh. Okay. I wonder. Nope. I honestly kind of wish I could die so I could get back up there. Because this is a very irritating platforming sequence. Saints Row? I mean, we can't play 1. We can't play 2. So that just leaves 3 and 4. Rayman. I don't know if I hate myself enough to do Rayman. Alright, hang on. For no reason, I'm going to set up a save state in case I fall again. I don't want to do that again. Oh, that's reactive. Oh, that's reactive. Ooh, okay. Yes, we're playing the superior way, also known as having access to emulator features. Wow, any bump. Any bump. I, like, grazed the ceiling and spiraled out to death. Yikes. Anyways, yeah, 1 HP, made of glass. Hey. So I'm gonna assume, Dream Whisperer, you're asking why I can't play those. So Saints Row 1 is Xbox only. We'll start with that. I don't have an Xbox, so there you go. Saints Row 2 is probably one of the most streamability gap games I've encountered in recent memory. It's so bad that me and Pax needed multiple fan patches and a little bit of, like, hope and prayers just to get the game running years and years and years and years and years ago. It's much worse now. Like, it is a pain in the ass to get running. So I've just kind of mentally noped out of that one. It's a shame, it's actually a decent game. Not great, just decent. A test of your reflexes. Three is fine. 4 is fine. I don't really care much about Get Out of Hell. And the new one can go straight to hell. Oh, and then there's also Agents of Mayhem, which I haven't played that. I don't know about that. The glide is correct controls, yes. Thank God. If I had to do that with wrong controls, I don't think I could. The new one is pretty bad. There's actually a fascinating story about the creation of the new one. It boils down to the developers were massively sabotaged. Like, for whatever reason, the executives wanted that game to fail. And it did. Oh, God damn it. That was just me twitching. Yeah, like that. Ow. Ow. Sorry, I'm trying to pop my ankle. Ah. Yeah, there is a recent Saints Row. I forget when it came out exactly. There we go. Oh, come on. When did the new one come out? I actually don't remember. I know we've already done like we already have enough information to do a analysis on how exactly it failed, so it's been a minute. There we go. So, hang on. So I'm going to grab a save state, or 3, for no reason. 2 years ago. Oof. So how do...
Now, let's get the goods on that experiment. What the?
I think I see the problem.
What? Now even the computers are charging us? That's it. This galaxy blows.
Do I have 10,000? I do not have 10,000 volts. Wow. Well, yeah, the good news is this isn't 1, so I don't anticipate that being an end-of-the-world grind. But seriously. So I'm just going to guess that I have to do this twice, right? Like, that's how this works. Yeah. Oh, okay. So in other words, the answer to my question is yes. Whoa, what the? I wasn't even holding the controller. Do I have drift on my PS3? No? Okay, weird. I mean, the sword's worth it, Kitten fans. I don't blame you. I have no idea, Wolverine. I am not in charge of that, as I've said before. As weird as it sounds, I do not decide whether a game is good or bad. Camera? God damn it. Okay. I'll only give it one more shot, just for you guys. Like, I'm not gonna make it. I know that, in my heart of hearts. Although I can do this. So, yeah, I held down shift to load, and it didn't. Yeah, okay, so... Load. If there's a way to turn on sooner, I'd love to know, because you need to have a lot of room for that turn. Look at that. Okay, so... Pause. Pull that there. Okay. Now I have an itch on my eyelid. We're going to deal with that. There we go. Okay. As I say, I'm sure speedrunners can absolutely pull that. Oh, Jesus, I can't see what I'm doing! It's a blind thing. Okay, hang on. Okay. I'm gonna pretend that didn't happen. The camera also starts to turn behind me. Have you noticed that? So, like, my inputs start to change a little bit. Like, right there. It's because the camera clearly wants me to go the other way. Yeah, the lazy cam is not helping. So that was just pure luck right there. I was just flying completely blind to make that turn. Like, no skill, just luck. Yeah, no, it was trying to go sideways, exactly, baby. Where is it? Where is it? No, where is it? No! Wait, hang on. I think I saved it after this. I did not. Oh, no, here it is. It's here. It's here. Like, I could see the outline. I could see the image on this side of the screen. Yeah, I wouldn't even go for this in a normal playthrough. I'd be like, okay, I'm good. My ego doesn't need that much stroking. Oh, no. Yeah, reminder, emulation is good. Okay, pause. Let's grab a save here. Because I'm just going to go for this blind again. What about here? Oh, come on! I'm circling it. I'm circling it! I am orbiting the health up. I think I'm gaining. I think I'm gaining. No! I'm oscillating. No! Don't clip that. Ah, okay, hang on. come on, it's like right there. It's right there. Come on. Oh, it's right there. Oh, God. Okay, again. Center. Okay, we're good. Oh, my God. What? Bull crap. Okay, different strat. Just gonna come at it like this. Nice and easy. Or you could immediately lose all momentum. That's cool, too. Thank God Mr. Red's not here. He would have already had that clipped. That man is a clipping machine. How am I supposed to get this stupid thing? I'm starting to question if this is possible. You're all lying to me. Sure, that's what this really is. There is no possible way to get this. It's just a troll. When you run into it, the devs are like, ha ha! You have wasted your time, yo Skywalker. Oh God, there it is. You say that, Rax, and then I orbit it for like 10 seconds. Oh my God, I've lost it. I orbited it for like 10 solid seconds. Okay. Ow. Save. Hello, cat. I'm sorry for disturbing you. Lay back down. Go back to sleep. So anyways, now to go grind. Whatever you do, don't nominate that for the LGAs. As a reminder, you can nominate stuff for the LGAs throughout the year. You can just type !LGA into chat, and you'll get a link for the sheet where we've got our categories and nominations. And whatever you do, don't nominate that. Looks like Nightbot has stopped being asleep today. That's nice. Where's it come from?
Dr. James T. Fullbladder reporting on Megacorp experiment number 13.
Why is your bladder full?
Strictly classified. If you are watching this, you're fired. Early thinking held that the specimen was entirely docile in nature. Even overt provocation failed to incite it. But the late Dr. Putrid's son observed that natural levels of monster propamase in the experiment's bloodstream were triggering some remarkable changes. Attempts at neutralizing the specimen's violent tendencies were met with limited success. Our surviving staff recommend that the experiment be destroyed immediately at Megacorp's deep space disposal facility.
The computer's log indicates that we were the first to view that recording.
So Fizzwidget must not know. We've got to warn him.
Yellow.
Mr. Fizzwidget, you're safe! Sir, brace yourself. We just saw a video of your experiment eating its handlers. I repeat, it eats its handlers.
Ah, yes. Low fat, extra foam, no sprinkles.
Mr. Fizzwidget, do you copy? Anyone handling the experiment must exercise the utmost caution.
No, decapitated. What? Oh, yes. Exercise my frontmost cushion.
Ah.
Sir, your experts recommend that the experiment be liquidated. We will meet you at your deep space disposal facility.
Ah, yes, my cheap date proposal facsimile. It's heavily guarded, so make sure to use the password, which is, Quarktastic. Yes, toodaloo.
Okay. Hi, Star. I hope you enjoyed. Because if you didn't, then that sucks. Are we done here, by the way? Kind of, but not really. There is a front door. Alright. Front door it is. Yep, we paid 10,000 bolts for that. Where's my beetle stuff? Sorry. What I meant to say is, pardon me, sir, have you seen my container of beetle stuff? I seem to be missing it. I do not know what the rocket tube is, but what I do know is that this is instant death. It's ground up beetles that Ferengi snuff. That's actually it. I can phrase that differently. It's drugs. It's delicious drugs. Well, this is Star Trek. They had to make it sci-fi-y. So they're like, well, it can't just be regular snuff. And they're like, well, what's one thing that nobody would ever snuff in real life? And they're like, beetles! Yeah, it's essentially tobacco. Chewing tobacco, specifically. I know that sounds weird, considering it's something you sniff, but that is how they treat it. I haven't decided yet, Lord Harma. We actually gave the first game multiple negatives for checkpointing. Because there were multiple individual levels where the checkpointing was so bad that it deserved its own recognition. So far, this game has been okay with checkpointing. Which I guess is not exactly high praise, but whatever. I'm sure as we continue to die, as the game gets harder and harder, we will have more issues with it. Well, speaking of, hopefully that's enough to afford some freaking ammo. A lava gun. Mini rocket tube, 50,000. Right. Yeah, honestly, if the tank didn't respawn, I'd try to just run through this. I assume I'm done here. Yeah, okay. Whoops. In fact, I might try to run through this anyways. This is probably worth it. That's irritating. So I don't know what bumped me. It was something that shot me in the back, but that knocked me into the water. Yeah, just someone shot me. End statement. Okay. I do like how the ocean isn't immediate lava. But yeah. The tanks are irritating because I actually have to kill them. Well, I have to kill this one at least. The glider thing doesn't spawn until he's gone. That thing, the grapple point. See? Same thing. Oh, thanks for the blitz cannon ammo. That's really what I wanted and needed in that moment. Okay. Wow. Honestly, and I mean this with sincerity, if not for the tanks, I think I would be doing better here. But I have to restart so much. And look, the tank isn't even there when I get here, so I'm just gonna hang for a second. Waiting for the damn thing to spawn. And did you notice tanks have iframes? So I can't just spam missiles into them. Now, I'll take that conveniently timed heal. No, no, no. Oh my god. Ah, go! Why do you keep not going? Well, you see, Laura, it's because I hate you. I knew it! It was there. Just couldn't see it. Nope. Oh my god. Okay. 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 I am curious if they stop spawning at some point. You may or may not have noticed that they are spawning. They only spawn when you kill, too, which is interesting. That guy is just really determined, isn't he? And yeah, the Lancer has definitely fallen off. That was almost my entire round of 300 rounds to get this far. I mean, if the answer here is to go grind, that's not a great answer, right? No, I've actually already proven the bouncer doesn't do well against these things. So we're gonna go with old reliable. Yeah, I gotta say it right. The bouncer. It's actually less health than I made it through here with last time. That's funny. But this section sucked. Shoot. Or don't. I guess, whatever. It's okay. My turrets have a preset kill limit. All they have to do is throw wave after wave at their own men. You're sure they stop spawning? Okay. I believe you. If only because I have the evidence right in front of me. Curious of something. What? It's clearly in range. It's right there. How is that not in range? Come on, game. I know you're lying to me. What are you shooting down at? Oh, okay. Oh. I wonder why they call it the bouncer. I kind of wish this was upgraded. I don't know what it upgrades to. Hopefully not something that's worse. Oh, God damn it. Look, I'm just saying, we've already had 2. Stop giving me blitz cannon ammo. God damn it. Okay, damn it, I missed. Ah! There we go. Sleep, Evo, sleep. For tonight, our leader is born. What? Points if you recognize what that quote is from. In the interest of fairness, it's not a direct quote. The actual quote is dance for tonight our leader's born. No checkpoint yet, by the way. But I don't think Eva needs to dance. She needs to sleep. Jesus. I probably have an odd answer for you, but let's just know. Who you would talk to?
Nobody, I mean nobody, gets by the mathematician.
Guess all the good names were taken.
Watch your mouth, Zero, before the mathematician subtracts your head from your shoulders.
Sir, as a fellow number cruncher, could I please ask what this is all about?
That moon's where we divide losers from winners before adding them to the Megacorp games. There's a challenger up there ready to reduce you to nothing.
This technology looks familiar. Perhaps I could...
Sweet. Think you can get us to that moon?
What?
Thugs for less. Pay for 6 hits and the 7th is free. You want us to what? Whoa, wait a minute. That'd be an unethical conflict of interest. What kind of scum do you think we are? Say, that is a lot of bolts. Well, since you put it that way, I suppose we could undo our previous obligation. Excellent, sir. Thank you for choosing Thugs for Less. Attention all Thugs for Less personnel. We now have a new employer.
Raximus.
Hey! Remember us?
Whoop, whoop. Okay, so missiles, punches.
Grab your reins. Kiss your green backpack. You want a piece of me? Bring it
on. Whoa! Whoa! Zero. Evo. Sorry, I couldn't even name. This is just what Clank sees in real time, is the slowdown. Yeah, we're dead. This one's from my helicopter. I mean, anybody want to look this up, I'm more than willing to listen. This is clearly emulator, so I'm not going to ding the game for this. Thing.
This one's for my helicopter.
Okay, less stuff to run into. Maybe that'll help. Jesus. That's why I broke most of the buildings earlier, to try and reduce that. Nope, that is not better. Wow. So I do think this sucks, by the way. Like, he is taking so little damage from everything. And he does tons of damage. Now, granted, the helicopters do most of it, but near as I can tell, they spawn infinitely, so that's just irritating. Yeah, the original was an easy positive by itself. Guess we broke all the buildings, which means it'll be better! Oh, it actually is. That's funny. I figured it was the buildings. It's nice to be right every now and again. Hit the frickin' thing that's right in front of you. Not you, cat. Where are the helicopters coming from at this point? Yeah, we're dead. Yes, cat, you exist. I mean, it's a minigame section where there's too many helicopters that spawn too fast and do too much damage when I do too little damage to him. That's it. That's the reason this is a bad boss fight. Boom. The emulator lag is irrelevant. It only really happens when I jump. If he had... It would be a third the health he did. This would be fun. Here it is. In the boss guide, this is listed as a very, very hard fight. Go figure. So, no new info there. No specific tips or secrets or anything. Just the usual approach. What planet am I on? Planet. What planet do we just do? What do you want, cat? God, there's a lot of frickin' planets. Okay. Planet Joba, maybe? What's this? Nope, we're not there yet. So that's ahead of me. Okay. So... Planet Dobo? Okay, looks like Planet Dobo is what we just did. Oh, here we go, here we go. Okay, this guide recommends completely ignoring the bombs, getting right up in his face and spamming missiles. Okay, we could try that. Sure. That's a little unintuitive. Here's your giant hit, of which you only get 2 shots. Don't use it. Imagine if Nova Bombs were the thing you shouldn't use in Star Fox. No, you're right, Rax. It just feels weird. Whatever, let's just do this.
I'm gonna kick your arsenal into the next galaxy.
I actually lost him. Where is he? Okay, I might be able to fix the lag quickly. Try one change really quick. See if that fixes it. Not really. Didn't fix anything. Looks worse, so that's nice. I have, and I thought it was extraordinarily funny, Sub-Zero. Not that it matters, not that it'll change anything, not that it means anything. None of these are dropping health. Not a single one of these is dropping health. That is frustrating.
Thanks for choosing Doug for less.
Oh, I had a extremely legal copy of it, but it was actually a friend's dump. Okay, we'll try this. See if that helps.
gonna kick your arsenal into the next galaxy.
I honestly hope that he cried himself to sleep over it. I mentioned this on my Discord. A lot of people forget that he is famously thin-skinned. Well before he ever became a political figure, he has absolutely no ability to take any kind of negative feedback at all. And everything gets to him way too hard. So, you know that this bothered him.
Is that all you can do?
Actually, yes, Rex. Unironically. It is a very crass episode, Sub-Zero. I'm going to be very honest about that. It is even more crass than their usual. But they clearly pulled out all the stops. It's also a lot more clever than it looks. And I'll just leave that as is. So, fair warning. Can you even hear me when this is happening? Like, my OBS basically freezes while this is happening. So I can't tell if you can even hear me while I'm doing that. So all of that didn't fix it, so I'm just going to set it back to my usual graphic settings, because whatever. There we go. You're right, I should stay safe. Good point. Well, yeah, the game sounds like that to me, too, so that's normal. Well, we haven't cheated yet. Yeah, the nuclear submarine just can't handle this. It's just too much. Ratchet and Clank 2 is too much. I should also mention I'm on a new GPU as well, so even better than it used to be. I think it's a 4090 than Earth. There.
If it's the last thing I
know. Two negatives. Terrible boss fight. Moving on.
Divide and conquer, huh? Guess you guys weren't Prime after all. You're going to the Megacorp Games!
Welcome to Megacorp Games, sponsored by Megacorp.
Okay, Megacorp contestants, get ready to grapple with our Megacorp Gladiator team. And if you survive that, enter the Megacorp Battle Arena with our Mega Spider-Bot and our Mega Death-defying Mega Cage match. Then open the throttle for the all-Megacorp Hoverback Race, brought to you by Team Megacorp Racing.
Hostile indigenous population not owned, endorsed, sponsored, supplied, advocated, or even liked by Megacorp. Approach at your own risk.
The Megacorp Games. Keep it mega.
Okay. I could fight him again if I really wanted to. And I hated myself. So... I feel like there's a statement built into your question posed just now. So let me start by saying that none of the sequel trilogy music really works for me. I'm not saying it's bad, obviously, but to use my own terminology, I would give multiple positives to a lot of the music in even the prequel trilogy and the original trilogy. Not so much with the sequel trilogy. Yeah, it's pretty much the same mentality, Lord Harriman. It's not bad music. To say that would be dismissive and inaccurate. But it's like, it's not Star Wars music. You know what I mean. I don't mean like it's not real Final Fantasy. What I mean by that is Star Wars music has always been held up to a different standard. Just to put that very, very bluntly. Star Wars music meant something. It was this huge deal when you got a Star Wars soundtrack. And the sequel trilogy is another musical soundtrack. And yes, that's the mini rock, which I can't afford yet. It's 50 grand. Now, having started with that, I do actually have two major reasons why. Reason number one is that I'm not sure which of these I should go to first. Yeah, let's go to that one first. It's the next one. Reason number one is the very nature of how filmmaking works nowadays is just different. For the worse.
All right. Input the password now.
Check. Here goes.
You better check that code.
I am sure it was correct.
The defenses are attacking us. We've got to hold them off until Fizzwidget gets here.
Cool. There we go. Okay. Anyways, when was filmmaking at its best? That's actually a tough question. Honestly, though, late 90s, early aughts. It was just far enough down filmmaking where technology and resources and methods of making films were still progressing, and film as an industry wasn't as, I'm going to use the word processed, as it is now. I would also agree with 70s for actually the exact same reason, because these things happen in cycles. Either way, point being that filmmaking nowadays is very much in the depths of dreck, I want to say. No, don't put words into my mouth. I'm not saying that films are dreck now, nor am I saying that films were better back in the day. What I'm saying is the nature of making films now is worse, just straight up. I would even go so far as to say objectively filmmaking is worse now because of how much the actual processes of making the films have changed. Something I've complained about mightily recently is that I apparently can't go faster. Nope. There's the button. Found it. Is that there's this modular approach to filmmaking recently, which is being done to try and make filmmaking cheaper. And it's really frustrating. In other words, they're trying to do this thing where, wow. they're trying to do this thing where, you know, all right, Rax, you make this section of a film. And then Bob, who's over there, you make this other section of a film. And then Mr. Red, you make this section of a film. Poses, no, you make this section of a film. And so forth and so on. And this modular nature of filmmaking has resulted in a much more detached and disconnected experience. I talked about story sequencing just a minute ago. You've probably noticed that even in particularly good films, there's still some very strange story sequencing going on, where it's really just going from set piece to set piece. That's because those are literally made by different people at different times, right?
Come in, gentlemen. Can you hear me?
Sir, you gave us an erroneous password.
Implausible! Unless, is this Tuesday or Wednesday? Anyway, sorry to have missed our meeting, but I was called away to film a commercial for our weapons facility.
But, sir, what about the
commercial? I was great! Here, watch this.
Speaking of,
Megacorp keeps you warm, keeps you healthy, and now keeps you safe. Hello, I'm Abercrombie Fizzwidget, and I'd like to welcome you to the new Megacorp Weapons Facility. We offer guided tours to show you how our weapons are made. Our highly trained experts spend their day creating the latest in heavy-duty weaponry to protect you and your whole family. So stop by today and bring the kids. Our tours are both informative and fun.
why did the...
And who knows, you just might learn something.
That was one handsome fellow, eh, boys? Fizzwidget out.
Sir, wait! Mr. Fizzwidget, come in!
Perhaps we can still find him at the weapons facility.
Well, at least we're done with that and never have to go back. Although, actually, that was better than the previous flight sections. So I'll just take that for what it's worth. Anyways, you're probably wondering, what the hell does this have to do with the sequel trilogy? Well, the sequel trilogy was made in a manner like that, and that led to a situation where the composers couldn't actually do what John Williams used to do with Star Wars, where he'd sit down. He was part of the process. He was coordinating with the visual effects people. He was coordinating with the artists. He was coordinating with the writers and the directors, and trying to. He pulls things the same way Nobuo Uematsu does over in the Final Fantasy series. He wants to make music for the scene, not music for a type of scene, if you understand the distinction. Like, rather than we need an action sequence music, he would sit down and make music for the action sequence they were specifically doing. This is extremely obvious, even in A New Hope. If you ever go back, I do like the visuals here immediately. If you ever go back and rewatch A New Hope, do me a favor in your head right now. I bet most of you can picture it / hear it. Picture the scene where Obi-Wan is revealed for the first time. Not the first time he's on camera. The first time he's revealed. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Diddle-lum, diddle-lum. Obi-Wan. Diddle-lum, diddle-lum. Right? He would make music for the moment. And that is one of the biggest reasons why, in my opinion, that music is so iconic and has sustained so long and so well. And this is true in pretty much all 6 of the original films, top to bottom. Because even I throw shade at episode 1 and episode 2. Those are banger soundtracks. I'm sorry. One second. I was going to write something down before I forget it. Here we go. Yakora Matha. The visuals, yes. Thank you for reminding me. What world am I on? Mega. Okay, him. No, it's not just a Star Wars thing. This is a generic thing. But you'll notice I said there were 2 problems. All of that is just one problem. The other problem, I would have to sit down, to really discuss the other problem, I would have to sit down and do some research and get some notes in front of me. Because the creation of the sequel trilogy was a mess. Every single one of those films, all three of them, was a disaster under the hood. Note that I am saying nothing about the quality of the films themselves, because the quality is irrelevant to the point I'm making. The creation of those three films was insane. It was a mess top to bottom. Plasma coil. Spider bot gloves. Also, that's even more expensive than the freaking mini rocket tube. And that's why I say that I would have to sit down with time and effort and research in order to really explain how the sequel trilogy was a mess, because there's so much that went wrong there that I can't even summarize it to you. I know that's actually semi-common in films that there's, you know, a mess. This is bad. And yeah, I don't think this is sabotaged from my own lookings, because I have actually researched this in the past. I don't think it was sabotaged at all. I think it really was just a mess. Having said that, I do think there's one thing that Bob Iger deserves personal blame for. And that's for being a frickin' moron. He mandated certain release dates and certain production cycles for the Star Wars, for the sequel trilogy. Now, I don't even have to go further, right? Like, just that sentence by itself should probably explain why that was an extremely stupid idea. Yeah, Iger's not a good human being. He is an empty suit who has a tremendous amount of power. Not a great guy. Anyway, sorry, so, to finish answering your question... Oh, shoot, it's actually... do you mind repeating it? You'll just know since it's scrolled off the screen. Sorry. I mean, again, Iger... How do I put this into words? It's entirely possible that Iger is no better or worse than a lot of other empty suits. It's just he happens to be at the head of Disney. So we kind of have a lot of direct impact from the terrible decisions that people like him make. Ooh. An empty suit is someone without a soul. Not literally, assuming there is such a thing. But you know what I mean when I say that. How do they have turrets? How do I have turrets? Oh, God! What's your name? Suit. MT Suit. Okay. Star Wars from the... Okay, so shows Rogue One and Fallen Order, do I feel is memorable and iconic as the original? Okay, so shows... let me pause on Andor. So we've got Mandalorian, which honestly, I was not impressed with the musical side of Mandalorian. I liked most of that show. Obviously, those streamations just finished going live. Come on, game. But, like, musically, nah. So, nothing there. Rogue One. Yeah, I was gonna say, there's like a central motif, a central theme in Rogue One, which I can remember right now. Oh, you're talking about Mando. Never mind. Ignore me. I guess that's kind of it, actually. No, Von Falkenstein. And I have no plans to, admittedly. Okay, this is just not cutting it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, okay. Can you move? Oh, come on. I remember one song from KOTOR 1 and one song from KOTOR 2. Both are used as part of a scene, which is probably why they work pretty well. I don't remember any of Fallen Order's music, and I have to admit, I feel kind of stupid about that because I really liked Fallen Order. I don't remember any of the music from it. KOTOR did one thing right with regards to sounding, something I've said for years, and that's that it managed to sound Star Wars-y without just repeating the Star Wars soundtrack. I will always give it credit for that, because if you remember, most Star Wars games before and after KOTOR were just, here's the trilogy, or yeah, the original trilogy soundtrack just dumped into the game. Copy paste. Boom. Yeah, just yeah, let's get this over with.
Nice finish on that chrome. You buffed this out yourself?
I handle my own buffing, sir.
Oh, sorry, little man. I thought you was a crankshaft. Can't see my own hand in front of my face without these.
No problem. So, how do I enter the big race?
Well, you got the helmet, you're in. Easy peasy. The prize this time is some kind of special boots. I could use those myself. They'd go real nice with my leather chaps.
I actually agree with you, Rex. That's why I say that there's the one song. And I bet you money that if I play the one song, it will sound familiar, Rex. Give me 1 second. Dantooine. Now, obviously, this is kind of your first overworld song, but it's extremely well placed if you remember the first and, like, third time you listen to it. It's the first time you get a nice big shot of the open, sprawling areas. And by open, I mean, like, 20 square feet, but by God, it felt open the first time we went out there. Here's the problem. You've already heard the song. Like, that's basically it. It's 1 minute long. And that's the other problem with KOTOR 1 music, is it's really short loops. Anyways, sorry. Moving on. Wish me luck. Okay, that was interesting. I'm going to allow it. I've actually said before that John Williams is among the best composers of all time. Every time I say that, someone pushes back against it. I think John Williams is one of the best composers of all time. Now, oh shoot, pay attention more. Yeah, that's what happened. Actually picking like the top 5 or whatever, it's a little trickier. I'm not sure about that. Jesus, the drift on the freaking water is awful. Why do I have water physics on a hover bark? Yes, it's a hover bark. That's actually its term now. Can I just restart? Yeah, I can. If I had to pick someone as the number 1, I would pick Uematsu. I don't have to think about that. I have actually studied that man's music, it's worth noting. So, that's a little bit more than just, he sounds cool. After that, that gets trickier. Yeah, I noticed there's stuff that looks like shortcuts. Damn it, I was going for both and I missed both. No. I like Yoko Shimomura a lot, but she's not at the level of that top micro millimeter of just that good, you know? She's not StarCraft 2. Okay, that bounced. Jesus. I would say Resident Evil Basement Guy is probably the actual best at making terrible music. Like, that is impressive. And, my favorite part, I never found out 100% about this, but near as I could tell, he's just a terrible composer and was lying about being, like, sound deaf? Tone deaf. Tone deaf. In order to try and make it, like, less terrible that he made this awful music. Yeah, exactly, Rex. Yoko Shimomura's top 5%. Easy. Now, I'm not sure what I think about... Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, dude.
Look real nice with your outfit. You can race again, you know. Now the prize is a bunch of bolts.
No, I'm good, thanks.
The charge boots. Double tap and hold R1.
So I think I found the dash that Lord Airmont was talking about. Oh my god. Yeah, a little bit better in the desert than over the bottomless pits here. Okay, I'm gonna stop. I was trying to figure out how to stop dashing, but apparently I can't manage to dash in a straight line. So it's not jumping to stop dash. How do I stop dash? Okay. What games have they done from Falkenstein? Oh, Wild Arms. Yeah, I can see that. Speaking of firing gun. No, no, no! No, stop it! Oh, you jackass! I didn't know that either, Falkenstein. I guess that makes sense. Aiden has some pretty decent music from what I've heard. Shoot. Thank you. Anyways. Well, ask me again when I upgrade it, because so far I'm actually not all that impressed with the bouncer. That's why I'm trying to level it so much. Like, it doesn't do enough damage on the big stuff, and it doesn't seem like it spreads enough to really be a proper AoE weapon. I feel like the nuke was a better AoE weapon than this. That's weird. Alright. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Oh, God. Why? And I'm dead. So apparently if you nudge something, you also stop dashing. Good to know. Let's make sure we've got some ammo here, which we do. Okay, cool. Alright, I already have that. One thing I also don't like about the bouncer, this is actually something several guns have, is you can only shoot... The cooldown on shooting is pretty big. It's like a solid 3 seconds. I get why they do that. I kind of wish that I could shoot a little bit faster every now and again. That's all. Yeah, and that's another thing I've noticed. It's not exclusive to this gun. I can't shoot immediately. I have to tap the shoot button to pull out my gun. Then, I have to hit the shoot button again to shoot. Having said that, I'm going to keep using it. I want to level it. I want to see what it turns into. Okay, have it taken damage? Jesus, those hurt. Tell you what, mister, I got this new addiction for you. Ready for this? It's called juicing. I'm kidding, don't actually do that. See, now I've started a whole thing. I didn't even mean to say juicing. That's the problem. I was going to turn that into a joke about exercise dudes. You know the type. Who treat it like their drug because it actually is. Oh, you son of a sub-mariner. No. I don't mean juicing. Contradictorily enough. Juicing just means taking steroids. That's what that means. I meant people who love to go exercise and exercise and exercise and exercise and exercise and exercise. It's pretty much their primary hobby. Now, no judgment, obviously. But I've met some people who need help, who do that. Let's put it that way. The problem is, some of the people I know who actually do, exercise as their means of dopamine hits, are doing that specifically so that they don't do something else which is arguably worse. Like alcohol, like drugs, like actually juicing. Yeah, gym bros. Well, I don't like to use the word bros, so gym dudes. Alright, now that the cat has left, it's time to feed him. He'll never see it coming. See if you can recognize that I'm opening the food. It's not like a can where you can hear it from a million miles away. Oh, no, he heard. Hello, cat. Yes, it is food time. Enjoy. Reading? Ugh, disgusting. Ugh. Could you imagine reading? Ugh. Anyways, please read my book. No, I'm kidding. Oh yeah, by the way, a little bit of a pro tip from someone who is not me, Mr. Red, because I don't do alcohol. Drink a ton of water, like more than you normally would. That'll help with the recovery. There's only one way to repent, Von Falkenstein. Remind me what genre Thea is, because I looked it up recently and I don't remember right now. Yeah, no, exactly, Ulto. That's exactly right. That's exactly the point there. I'm waiting the timer out. Survival Roguelike 4X. Awesome, thank you. I am looking forward to trying them at some point. I've put them on the viewer's choice thing more than once, actually, at this point. Let's see if people vote for them. Speaking of which, remember to vote if you haven't. Is this not going to time out? Yeah, let's pop a save state just in case. And then it times out, right there. Mario 64 now. Yep. I'm sorry about Falkenstein. I put it on the poll. You could try to champion people. Remember, when you vote, you have infinite choices there. You don't have to pick just one thing. You could pick 1 or 3 or 8 or literally everything on there if you wanted to. Yeah, I think you're right, Ed. I do like story-driven. I like falling to my death, too. That's my favorite thing. So, small irritant. I have no shadow over the green thing. So I can see where I am here, despite the weird camera angle. I cannot see where I am here. I didn't see that coming. It makes sense, but it's irritating to, you know, play. Oh, come on. Whatever. I'll be out here. Trying to gain experience in my friggin' gun. You know, if I had the sniper, I could pick them off right now. But someone said, no, you should save for the rocket launcher. Why would I need a rocket launcher when I have a sniper rifle? I wonder if this is even going to work. Nope. Let's try that way. Oh, that worked. Oh, no, it didn't. Oh, it actually didn't kill him. It's not killing them. It's just straight up not killing them. Wow. I'd blame you for this act. I just want you to know that. This is your fault. Okay. Wow, an actual monster closet. I was gonna be mad if that checkpoint wasn't there, I'll tell you what. You know, I was thinking about the rocket thing. I sat down and grinded for, I'm not sure how long, to be able to afford this gun in the desert. If that's not enough to be able to afford the frickin' rocket.
Hey, you two going to the games?
Yeah? What's it to ya?
Whoa, take it easy, Chief. I ain't looking for no trouble. Just an honest man looking to make an honest buck.
I sincerely doubt that.
Hey, I ain't the one trying to get into a sold-out arena. You're gonna need this levitator to get in there.
Well, I can't... I did the arena act. I didn't do the race, I'll agree with that. Ah, there goes all my money. Well, half my money.
Business with you again. Time for me to, relocate.
The instructions are in Blargian.
Goodbye. It says here, tab A goes into slot B.
Okay, and then magnetize the graviton matrix, remove your left arm.
I'm sorry, if your actual argument, if your legitimate argument is that I didn't 100% the optional grind thing, and therefore I shouldn't be able to afford gun upgrades, you can go directly to hell.
The levitator stops functioning when the fuel meter is empty.
Also, yeah, I actually did the Mega Challenge. I didn't do the Double Boss Challenge. I didn't do the Endless Challenge, or whatever it was called. I don't know how far that one goes. I thought I did do the 6-second challenge. So this is interesting. Sure.
Are you ready for the main event? Introducing one of the fiercest gladiators in the galaxy, Ratchet, and some metal guy. They'll be lucky to survive against the toughest gladiators in the galaxy. Let's get it on!
I was gonna say, I think this is a good time for the bouncer. And a good time to level it. But I'm just amused. You got Seeker ammo, and I'm like, why? I know, it's because I didn't have any. Okay, I'll admit that brings a smile to my face. What just happened there? It's a shame Mr. Red wasn't here to see this. Hi, Cat. He does that every time he goes to the bathroom. He's done it since he was a kid.
Ratchet is keeping his ground.
I was saying, I'm not sure how much the mic is picking up of that, but yeah, he meows pretty loudly. Woo.
Gravity boots will allow you to walk or jump on any magnetic surface.
You're fine, X. I just... You're fine. Do I need the infiltrator? I mean, I guess I should at least go for it. I don't know what the infiltrator is, but I probably want it. Ah, okay. This is the thing that is happening. I'll say, it feels like another key. I think it was last time, too, in 1. I'm totally one of you. Wish this would level a little bit faster. That's okay. Alright, let's at least try the arachnoid battle. I don't think I can do this.
It's shocking. It's amazing. Give it up for the Arachnoid.
That effect looks very weird from that angle. But I'll take the bolts.
Win the prize.
Okay. Go take a hit. Nah, I'm good.
See ya.
Use the left analog stick to pick a path for the green circuit. Connect the circuit back to the start to open the lock.
Interesting. Oh god, freaking Mega Man X7. A game we've actually covered on camera. Oops. Although actually, I guess that's actually good. Yeah, I'll just call that good. Puzzle Co. We're everywhere. Even in another galaxy. Okay. So, I saw that. How the hell are you supposed to get there? Not missing any MSQ that I could tell, but there was a bolt or a life up. I'm not sure. I could tell at a glance. Let's grab some ammo over here. Just fill up on everything. I was gonna say, it was kind of just out in the middle of nowhere. I do remember that's right there, yeah. Hang on a second. Congrats, Spartan. Which one? You've got to be kidding me. Okay. Well, anyways. So the reason war mode works is very few people are using it, which means stuff is just staying there uncamped because there's not as many players in war mode. It's actually a pretty common tip in World of Warcraft. If you're looking for something rare, just turn on war mode. That's true for a lot of things. Okay, to the armory. Let's see. So, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more levels? 7. Sorry. If that map is anywhere near accurate. I mean, war mode was a good idea. It was. Let me be very clear about that. But yeah, I'm good. Nice, damn. Hello? Ah, that's a lot of robots.
I'm here to give you a guided tour of Megacorp's magnificent achievements in missile technology. Megacorp manufactures everything. Repair products, pet toys, and even intergalactic missiles with facial recognition technology. Like this one here.
I mean, you saw me shoot the cluster bomb into the middle of them. I think we all know where I was at on that. I noticed the bounces damage is starting to fall off a bit too, by the way.
Here's another missile. I forget the name of. Really far. Transport our first test squirrel, Momo, into a black hole.
Why would you send a squirrel into a black hole? I actually agree with that move. Mutant test squirrels. Due to protests from several squirrel rights groups, Megacorp was forced to abandon using squirrels for their weapon test programs. Megacorp released the squirrels back into the wild, where they now happily feed on small wild animals and tourists. I actually hate squirrels and chipmunks. All rodents. Screw them. My family had to buy a new car because of chipmunks. So yeah, they can run hell. They got into the infrastructure of the car and started nesting in there, which led to two fairly substantial issues. First, they were nibbling away at the sealant, which prevent the rain from getting into a vehicle. So that's exactly as bad as it sounds. Second, they've been chewing on the wiring in the infrastructure, which means an uncertain amount of the electronics are permanently damaged. No, Rex. No, this is a long-term issue, unfortunately. Honestly, it's kind of amazing the car ran at all. Nice place. Big rocket. Anything new here? Actually, yes. The hover bomb gun. But I'm still saving for the mini rocket. Okay there, buddy. Chill, it's okay. Is that a sheep? Who is fine. Okay.
When using the tractor beam, try strafing to better position objects. To strafe, hold L2 or R2 while running.
Always with the time gating. Yeah, I probably would have missed that, since I tend to not do this, because the camera's so wonky. Hell, I still can't see it. If you hadn't pointed it out, I wouldn't have seen it. Where's the pillar? No, it totally clipped out. I kind of even saw it happen. So what was up there that I just missed out on? Because what? Hang on a second. I made a save recently. Where was that? No. Okay, yeah, not recently enough. Okay. You know what? No, I've got an idea. Oh my god, I'm totally dead. Oh god, it's killing me. Oh, the pain of it all. So much pain. Oh my god, could you please kill me quicker? Please. Please? Please. Oh, thank god. Okay, I'm dead. Yeah, yeah. That's the life meter, and that's exactly why that's a negative. It's going off now. I've been told multiple times I missed my calling as being a QA tester. I'm not even sure I could replicate the bug I just did. No, it makes sense. I solved the puzzle. I just wasn't expecting that. Anyways. Moving. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. We found a very angry man.
Captain Quark, completing quality control on Super Electro Gadget. Hammer of power detecting no defects. Ratchet of Velden. I knew this day would come. Draw your last enemy mine, for I smite you in the name of Captain Quark! Sweet death. At last we meet.
Suicide.
I fall on the field of battle. Finish me, Lombax!
Come on, Clank. Let's get going.
Wait! You shamed the greatest superhero who ever lived. You owe me something.
What do you want from us, sir?
Ooh, how about some cool Quark stuff from your galaxy? Trade you for this armor magnetizer.
I believe that device is designed to attract bolts.
So, okay. I'll take this as my consolation prize. I have no idea where to find a Captain Quark thing, but we'll just keep an eye out for that, I suppose. Yeah, his mental flag. Gotta go back to my galaxy. Again? It's okay, near as I can tell, every trip everywhere is basically just an afternoon drive. No! That's not a complaint, by the way. Like, if you're going to be consistent about that kind of thing, I'm with it. If travel is a solved problem, sure. Just, it only irritates me when travel suddenly becomes an issue, you know? Looking at you, Star Trek. Yeah, 2 weeks to get to a new galaxy. That is insanely fast. Exactly, Dark Prince Rowan. Ratchet, in one trip, has more mileage than most entire franchises do. I mean, yeah, Zactaf, but not even remotely on the same level. Hey, Bregman, how far is it to the nearest galaxy? Just random question. Because I know Bregman knows the answer to that question. She's smile like that. $2.5 million layers. Yeah, divide that by 2 weeks in whatever metric you want to boil down to. And that's how fast they were going. HYM, is what Falcon's saying? And yeah, Andromeda's actually pretty close, that's true, relatively speaking. Which just makes it even funnier. Oh, gotcha, thank you. DMA, DMA. Thank you, sir, for your service. What in the hell? Okay, I accept that. Huh. So I think I missed my ride. What's with all the sheep? Why are you here? You saw nothing. You saw nothing. Nothing happened. Actually, that's a good point, though. We might have an entry. An entry? Nope. Although, actually, who are these angry people? These hulking behemoths patrol important facilities armed with a huge plasma cannon. Yeah. So they're elites. Yeah, but... Although I was curious of one other thing earlier. Troopers, vanguards of the paramilitary forces, armed with dual plasma shots and trained in group fighting. Not unusual to see groups of these soldiers teleporting in before you've finished off their comrades. Yeah, thanks. I understand how spawning works. Listen, it's just like going down the road, Mook. I've taken long drives before. It's fine. Couple hours, you know. No! I was there. I did it. And then I failed miserably. Just like in real life. What are we doing here? He asks for the second time today. Is this the experimental facility? Because I thought that was earlier. Also, if those are guards, and I'm just, you know, mass murdering them. Okay, this is the factory where they make stuff, not the facility where they test stuff. Okay, okay. I'm found. A sheepinator? I wonder why it's called that. I'm dead. Damn it. I didn't even get to try it out. So who do you think these sheep used to be? I notice I don't get bolts for sheeping things. Alright, Act. I trust you. It is time. I'll look first, hang on. So this is way out of date at this point. Let's put the rocket there. Let's put the sheepinator there for a bit. No, Mook. I think it deserves at least 4. Wait, no, 3. Sorry, 3. Past 3. Let's see. You don't have to equip this stupid thing. I did not know that dark cry. Learn something every day. You'll never make it, Dene Ruth. I have no idea. Okay, I did get bolts that time, so I'm apparently a moron. Ignore me. Wow, he takes multiple hits. Really? Well, I'll take 2 health. Oh, that's more than 2. Yay! Yeah, I noticed the damage threshold went up again. We've got, what, 6? Oh, no, 7 planets after this. If the map looked accurate, which I don't know how accurate it is. Come on, game. Not. That's cool, too. I'm so close on leveling this stupid thing. And then we'll see if it's a stupid thing when it's upgraded. Or not. Okay. Oh, right. Alright, I've got to switch this. Listen, chicken, sheep, they're all delicious. Especially when you turn robots into it, and that's just actually weird when you think about it. I really want to see a speedrun of this now. Yeah, I'm not a big fan. It's quite literally trial and error. And that's not good puzzle design in any game, for any reason. I thought turrets killed you. I dropped 3 turrets to kill him. You'd think that would be enough. Apparently not. Go away. Please tell me I don't have to do it again. Okay, I don't. It's already done. Say. I mean, that just means the turrets are falling behind in damage. Which, yeah, that appears to be the problem we're running into. I think Lord Hermont was right. Shocking, I know. It's the second time he was right today. It's better than me. I've only up to once. We done? I would love to finish the Bouncer. I haven't had a good opportunity to yet. I'm not even sure it's worth it at this point, because it's falling behind on damage, too. Having said that...
Angela Cross, calling Ratchet on secure band 7 Echo Foxtrot.
Ratchet here. Angela? Is that your name?
Ratchet was calling you something quite different.
Oh, was he now? Anyway, I'm just calling to warn you that Thugs for Less have taken over my flying lab.
But were the thugs not working for you?
Not anymore. Apparently, someone's made them a better offer. I tell you, between the thugs and the Protopet, this whole galaxy's heading for—
Wait, say again? Protopet?
Oh, yeah, it's what they're calling the experiment now. Here, watch this.
Oh, an ad.
Why is Billy sad? Is he cold, hungry, or maybe just...
Oh, no! No, take it away!
lonely? Introducing the Megacore Protopet. Your child will shriek with joy when he meets our adorable friend. Want to play ball? So does the Protopet. Need a partner for tag? Go find the Protopet. Up for some cops and robbers?
Help! Police!
So is you-know-who. Just ask Billy. The Megacore Protopet. Stop by Planet Bolden and get yours free from Abercrombie Fizzwidget himself.
You mean that thing is going to be a pet?
Megacorp intends to market a killer that is simply unconscionable.
Which is exactly what I've been trying to tell you. There will be disastrous consequences for the entire galaxy if that monster is distributed.
We must get through to Mr. Fizzwidget.
If you still think he'll listen, you should try to catch him on the planet Bolden. I'll upload the coordinates.
This could be our last chance.
Right. Listen, that child, I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna cut off, basically now, we're done with the planet, right? Hang on. Yep, other than the collectible, which we don't have. We're good. Let's see where this leads us. Perfect. Oh, that's what that is. Okay. Trying to get a better angle on the thing. Okay, so yeah, we'll go ahead and call it here. This feels like a good time. So tomorrow, at the usual time, more crapping on beloved classics. See you guys.